Ready to roll. Is that too? Okay. There we go. Now we're up and rolling. Howdy, Merrick. If it isn't my favorite electrochemistry stand, it certainly isn't. So, what if? Time to finally finish it out. Hopefully. I'm hoping this isn't like a 5 or 6 hour stream. I hope it's like a clean 3 to 4. I'm not going to do that in the future. I don't like going for 6 hour streams. It feels like it takes up too much of my day. 4 hours is the limit for me. I mean, I'm glad I did it. Otherwise, you know, Disco Elysium would be like a 20 stream series rather than a 10 stream one. But still, I don't like a quarter of my day being this. Ooh. Man. Tired. Spring break is coming to an end for me. Means the stress is back on. Still can't beat Pub and Tekken. Consistently, at least. Well, no. I did pretty good this time around, but he still beat my ass. Damn, I wanted to try to use one of those brown bags, and people wrap beer bottles in, but it looks so wrong. What do you mean it looks so wrong? Haven't you done that before? I prefer shorter streams as well. It can get pretty late. Yeah, absolutely. 6 hours is a lot. Howdy, Graf. Good to see you. Trying to make one of your French bags. A baguette, if you will. Look at this. Yeah, you've done this before. Yeah, it does look pretty wrong. It does look pretty wrong when I try and take it all in. Yeah, that's just click and drag, please. It looks a little weird. Just a little. Just the tiniest bit suggestive. Although for electrochemistry, I'm sure that's not a problem. I don't know where Boulder is. Let me make sure that he's getting the notification and getting in here. You don't see it? That's good. I won't explain it any further. I was tempted to, what is it? To get rid of the tie on this because she's gone. But I'll be honest, I was too busy after stream yesterday, so I did not get to it. So she'll still be with us in spirit, but not upon this time. Again, I'm hoping this isn't like a 6-hour affair. I hope that, you know, let's just mop up a little bit that's left. And then, going to throw a makeshift Molotov cocktail at me for sport. Oh, no. For sport? That's for self-defense. You do wonder. The most dangerous game. It all comes full circle. Molotov cocktails actually exist in the universe of Disco Elysium. Well, we made one. Or does this make Harry the inventor? Yeah, because they didn't call it a Molotov cocktail. He called it an improvised something bomb. Howdy, C8. All the regulars are here. Well, except Clown, maybe. It was the spirit bomb, yeah. I'm looking forward to the fan service bathing scene with the spirit bomb for Necktie Chan. Looking forward to it. Hope it turns out well. I know you're drawing it. I've willed it into being. That's a good idea. I know it's good. I said it yesterday. It's been cooking upstairs. And outside, rather. And we're going to have a beach episode with Kim. And it's going to go great. But I think I'm just going to get right into it. So we'll see what's left to do. Find booze and drink it? Nope. Help Egghead with his beat? Nope. Get the ice cream maker open. I think I'm locked out of this 100%. Can't do that. Sync sign. Nope. Don't think I can do that. You promised to help soon with the project before the ravers can move in. Don't think I can do that. Ruby said you were a notoriously corrupt cop. We'll put them on today's POA. That's why she was scared of you. When you get the chance, call your station to find out more, if you dare. Well, I suppose let's go do that. Shame Necktie Chan didn't get an opportunity to wear a swimsuit. Oh, like she would wear one to begin with.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Jules, I've heard some people think of me as La Puta Madre's Pione. Do you think I'm corrupted?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
I want you to know that I would never ever... Some talk? What does it mean there's been some talk? Do I think I'm corrupt or not?
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are.
Go AFK for a bit. Let's hope we don't miss the burial of Necktie Chan. She was already baptized in flame, Merrick.
But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
Okay.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Have a good one, Jules. Oh, that answers that. Who's there to talk to? Roy, maybe.
Oh, sorry, officer.
Can I give you the coat?
What about...
Yes.
It is what it... I just don't...
I really wish that I could give him the coat. C-Lang is gone. Roy is still here. Hey, Roy. How's it going?
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
Well, someone has to.
So it goes. Now, what can I do for you?
I have something
Sure.
to sell.
Let me have a look.
have
Anything
something
else
to
you're
sell?
thinking of
Yeah, I
selling?
have the die. But I know I can sell the speakers, but I would never betray Speaker Chan like that. We worked hard to free
Another
her from
time.
imprisonment.
You see road, big men,
Frank and Edge.
alone. They're not all
Okay.
blue. These figurines also...
Which ones?
This set...
You're probably... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. Okay.
Okay. What else is there to do? Oh, Sealing is back. Okay. How's it going, buddy?
Wow!
Well, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is?
It's cool as hell.
Cool! That's cool!
Gotcha. Thanks, Sealing.
The shine on these sunglasses.
I've already bought everything I can from you. Let's Jamrock shuffle on out of here. If you want a tip on how to be able to get an extra point into that skillet, you need to open the freezer. I've got it. Yes, please. I would love to know. I'm assuming there is a thought that I could brew. No, I was already up here. So, we need to talk to Lillian about her boat. That's so we can get there. Let's see, do you have anything to say?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
You find booze and drink it, you can temporarily increase your fizz, which increases the points slots. Oh, I see. Got shot.
Even I can see that. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
Men with guns are coming for me after
I'm
all.
not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Then we'll be ready.
There's claims that Frita carries Commodore Red. I know they do. Am I willing to abandon sobriety for the sake of the dream? Am I? I'm gonna think it over.
Man, you're like bleeding now. Reality's really messed you up.
The legend! He's back! And firstly, I got...
You know that Kim will judge you very hard. Yep, I know that he will. And I'm gonna be really sad about it.
Yes? What about me? Good.
Nope.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
I have any on me already? I do not.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
That's the cheapest one.
Here you go, mister.
Yeah, I am also planning on save scumming this. If I'm gonna commit to this, I can't have it just be like, oh well, that didn't work. So let's see how this goes. I feel like I should wait for Merrick to be here. He'd be sad that he missed this.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic happens. What a solid can of mass-produced piss water. Well over 10% alcohol in this so-called beer. Pop it open before it gets too warm. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. I don't know about this. There's a satisfying pop as the cap comes off, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now.
What will the repercussions be if I take that sip?
Nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. Physically, you'll be strong as an ox.
Take
A
sip.
golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective. Incredibly well done.
I don't like
From
that.
the void we came, and to the void we must return.
I don't like you right now, electrochemistry.
Yes?
Alright. Is that temporary? Yeah, okay. Hold that thought. I need all the physical instrument I can get. I think that's all I can get.
This orange machine is dead still.
Come on.
It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Ice groans and howls
God.
under the strain of your giant Kvalsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. Disappointment washes over you as you stare into the almost empty ice cream maker.
What, no ice cream?
A scoop of ice cream would have been nice, yes.
Someone's stomach grumbles, the room feels very cold. Take
You
your foot
gently
off.
lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen Kilde as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
Nope, I didn't come this far to fuck it up now. I didn't break my sobriety just to fuck this up at the finish line. This is for Necktie Champ.
Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her
What?
fingers, remember?
What?
You have the Headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
Well, win who back? I can't win her back. She's a long dead historical figure.
Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one.
I should, yes. This is a task of mine now.
So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for.
Okay.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
What?
A precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
It's like I can't give this figurine to her.
Why?
Because she's a stained glass window.
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
Like what? Is the task still
I
on?
don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
Okay. Thanks for that reaction time. Speed,
Yes,
whatever.
what is it?
Got
Yes?
the offset copy. Here's the filament.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
Gonna happen now.
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Already inserted the filament into the radio computer's core, ready to close the
Wait.
door.
No. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
Wait, don't put it in yet. It might be dangerous.
No, it's not dangerous. Just depressing.
How do you know?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the anomaly's location from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out. This is wrong. Machines shouldn't behave like that.
Stop playing with this thing. Something's very wrong with that filament.
Sona doesn't reply. Her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here. I found it. Hold on.
Say nothing. She needs to focus.
Just give me a second. I'm almost
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
You found the
I
coordinates?
found the coordinates.
Merrick. Electrochemistry Chan finally won. She won. Just like I needed her to stop the expression. I needed her to open the ice cream maker. We had to drink.
She's beaming. You can feel it in your heart. Great job.
Was it worth it? I'm hoping so. This is for Necktie Chan. Whatever's going on, it's for her.
Thank you.
Time for a celebratory drink, perhaps.
No.
Just a thought.
No. We've had enough for today. Where's your 2mm hole in the wall?
There. In the swallow.
What's the other end of the church with a group of water bowls? Forms a ritualistic arch.
Think you can help me again?
Sure.
I need you to go move those water bowls for me. I need to double check my calculations.
You like moving things around. Moving things around is calming.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right.
Okay, third bowl
This should
2
do the
centimeters
trick.
to the left, fourth bowl, so third 2, fourth 5.
Thanks.
Great. After we've done this, we can finally get to the island.
I don't know what this has to do with the island. Which of these is the third bowl?
It's awfully silent again. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls. Each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor. Oh boy, this is going to be good.
Move the third bowl from the left. Okay, third 2. Yeah, move the third bowl from the left 2 centimeters away.
It moves like a ghost without creating
Oh,
a
I
single
wasted
trace of sound.
one of my healing things. Move the fourth bowl away.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the
Truly
hall.
like when Dad asks for tools from the toolbox you never knew existed.
Time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place,
Okay.
and your leg still hurts from the tribunal.
Thank you, Pain Threshold. You know not what forces you meddle with. You're damn right I don't.
Yes, what is it?
Movables just like you asked.
Great.
What's next?
Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's wrong?
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Isn't it going to just be silent and nothing
I don't
else?
know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
What?
I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be something terrifying. Maybe it's going to tear the world apart.
You're overthinking this.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired.
I don't think I want to do it anymore. It seems too dangerous and scary, but we just have to face it.
Yeah. You're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant takes a step back, and then nothing. Nothing happens as Sona Lokanen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary.
Say nothing.
She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Well?
Damn it.
Did you hear anything?
No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
You mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow?
No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to it?
Great. And here I thought we were finally going to the island.
But I am interested. You read from his face.
Mm-hmm. Put on the headphones.
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes.
What does it mean?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
Suno, what if we just need a better sound system?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Speaker Chan!
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
It could help with the speakers.
You mean the speed freaks?
FM. Closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the
Of course.
sanctuary.
The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
They would if you wouldn't mind them moving in with you.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
I'll go talk to them.
Sure. Let me know how it goes.
Now. Oh, man. Alright.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
I'm here
Yes?
for the church. Good
What's
news.
the deal?
I managed to convince Suna. She's okay with you guys moving in, but on one condition. She needs your speakers for her project.
We are grateful, Cotman. You're an augury of a new era of Nordic dance music.
I'm going to have to share the space for a couple of weeks until she gets her research finished.
That's fine. We can manage. And you're still sure about keeping our little side business, right?
Oh, you mean the illegal drug lab? There will be no shady shenanigans in the church. Only love and anodic dance music.
Fine. We can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
10. Oh, and they're gone just like that. Leaving all of their trash behind. Yeah, I think the speakers purely exist for you to sell them, unfortunately. Okay.
Yes, what is it?
Your neighbors are moving, but all I hear is anodic dance music.
What? What
Said
did you say?
Said, how's the project going?
Hear you! The music is too loud!
Project, how's it going?
Oh, the project! It's not going well!
Why?
There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
Why don't you
He
just ask
doesn't
him?
listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekokata! A place to be, apparently!
So I've
Thanks.
heard.
Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes. Let me know how it goes.
Right. Well, I've already solved the egghead riddle, so...
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Large speakers are set up behind the young man, blasting a familiar song.
Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. A hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain, tangled in its branches, something bronze flutters in the wind.
Shivers, we already got that.
He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer, one reel spinning. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side, you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4.5 written next to it.
Can you please route Suna's signal through your
To the
speakers?
mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
3.5, no doubt about it. It's on the
Oh,
ground.
she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter.
Oh, no.
These two don't mix.
Oh no. We're going to be in this church forever.
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here.
Uh-oh.
Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
The grin, he sticks the plug into the auxiliary line and you hear a satisfying
Whoa,
click.
thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Good.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Egg, the music?
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the honor for just a sec. For a special scheduled event.
Hell yeah.
The honor will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. All right, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes, and then I'll turn off the music.
Alrighty. I feel like I should talk to you all before I do this.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000?
No, not 10,000.
Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too.
Looks like the imposing black box in the corner that's turning
Now the
up
only
sound.
thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
So, what do you suggest as the name?
How about something simple? Like the club?
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
What do you propose?
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes.
You should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
Egghead?
Yakokata! Yakokata! The place to be!
I see.
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too morbid, Egg. Got anything else?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega!
I see. He said his catchphrases?
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
Ultra core. Give me
The
a few cents, please.
amnesia.
The amnesia?
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia!
It's not amnesia, guys.
You have an opinion on this?
I don't.
Oh.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
Alright, Kim?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it.
But come on! Just
Place
hypothetically.
with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, herself. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky.
Understood?
Next, please.
I think I've come up with
You
a name.
have? Well, what's the name?
I mean, roll credits.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
Because there's the stained glass.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
The past is the future, but the future is dead!
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Alright, everyone. Let's pack it up. Roll credits.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat.
What are you doing, Andre?
I'm dancing.
We should talk about it. We should talk about your so-called dancing.
Yes, my man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves? Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better. But the beat is still so weak.
Goodbye, officer.
Autosave, good time for it.
Yes, what is it?
Talk to Egghead.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum!
Maximum!
Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way.
Max velocity.
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
What the fuck is glue style?
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
Oh.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
I think what Egghead is trying to say here is the volume button is stuck on maximum.
Of course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Hell yeah, Egghead!
Never mind then.
But
Let's
how
get
can
on
we
with our
involve
program.
capital in this?
I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically.
Oh, such a badass, hell yeah.
Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow.
Ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
That readily crystal clattering the cover fills the
This fragile world is about to break.
It's getting louder.
In a strange circle of water basins.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
Egghead yelled in something else, but his voice is growing
In
faint.
his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation. He's peaking. The worst high he's ever been on.
It was in me at first.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
Glass shards around Dolores Day's vacant heart appear to be vibrating from the sound. It almost looks like she's alive.
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
A screech fills the air, a scream of wooden nails. The pillars of the church twist and creak above
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to us! Love!
Egghead!
Below it, all the bass grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent at all. A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Let's fucking go for it.
Oh! I want to feel the heat with somebody!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off.
She yells, holding the contact mic in her
Andre,
hand.
pull the compressor! The place is gonna come down!
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Whatever you do, don't stop it.
But then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
Aww.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now.
I heard anything
That's
like
a
that.
start.
I've heard a pale latitude compressor. Yeah, someone's hit me with a fucking death ray
It
before.
was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically, I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
And did you hear that?
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
Are you right, Sudoslav?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
What happens now?
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf.
We're leveling up a ton here.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot in truth. For her, at least.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origin.
Electrochemistry, don't you think it's time to party?
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive. You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you, you know. The person you were knows.
Let me get my logic suit on, hold on. I actually have a lot of stuff to increase logic, holy shit.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
What?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light, drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend.
Electrochemistry?
And a woman. She was there too. Her hair smelled of shampoo and she was smoking.
So it's the origin point of the pail.
What?
Swallow. That's how it starts. It's baby pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
Pale is only in effect a transition between the world and that. No, we are 20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave.
Oh my god,
then
I was right.
Back at you.
I was right!
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
Then the Pale is...
Gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not.
Larger
I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world. According to this, how long...
Till it starts swallowing? It's already started, starting with sound.
And information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
All the failed businesses in the Doom commercial area, all the failure in Martinez.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even say software development?
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
Even the revolution was defeated here. I mean, a kind of entrepreneuric history.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
I should let people still working in there know this. They might
You
be
mean
affected.
Plaisance and the dice maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up. Then go tell them.
Didn't form in a church. Church formed around it.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus. Or a containment facility of some kind. Built by the first settlers.
I don't really know if I believe that.
Yes, but still, I have considered the same. And the bad news is, there were 7 such pinewood churches built in the first decade of Revachol settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
You've had this thought before, that's how I
An
know.
amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
Someday all the world will be like that 2 million
She
year
falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window. Cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest? Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Man, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
That's still insane, but then again, so am I. That was the only thing keeping this place and the rest of reality together. That's insane, but then again, so am I.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthroponetic detection to perform in this district.
Do have one mystery that still needs solving. The radio ghost in the Doom commercial area's electronic
The
doorbell.
creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we worked there, but I had completely forgotten about it ever since. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk, the one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the pail right on the doorstep.
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
Anthroponetic
It's quite
crosstalk?
common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place 100 years ago.
And this is just a thing that happens, and everyone's completely normal about it.
Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything.
Makes sense. Thanks
Anytime.
for explaining it to me. Alright, Egghead. Let's make this shit hardcore.
It's a paw! Yeah! Hardcore!
Nothing.
J'adore! God is close by, but maybe he doesn't have good enough ears. Let me turn it up so we can lure him here.
How do you like it in the church?
Yeah! Back on the case. No disgrace. Bring it down to party place.
Anthroponetics, not ghosts. So maybe somewhere in the pale, Necktie Chan is still with us?
The first page of the second chapter.
Maybe? Cleaning out the... I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this one. Cleaning out the rooms. Someone's been walking around in your dreams lately looking for something, tidying up, rearranging, storing away all the unrealized dreams, putting old pains in the boxes. Worst nightmares have settled down for a while. A spot of light on the bedroom door after the dark. Fluttering of eyelids in the spring sun. A thought that arises, only to disappear again. And yet there's a pattern emerging. Maybe Tai-Chan wasn't just a figment of your imagination. That was a crazy sound I heard before.
It was awesome and scary. Very hardcore.
Very hardcore.
Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it at all.
What happened?
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme.
You're as garish as the day I lost you. What is the answer to Van Ake's jam? We could use the sound for the bass.
But how?
What about the compressor? The one with the spiky hair was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing.
Okay. Interfacing time. Actually, I think I already have all the interfacing buffs that I can get here. But let's get back into my normal outfit here. That buffs up interfacing. Is this really it? Wow. Well, let's go for it.
It's a paw! Yeah! Hardcore!
Bzz, 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 goes the track in the background, never ending. You can't grasp what's missing, but you can try to make something up anyway.
Whereof one cannot speak, one ought turn
The
into
young
silent.
man bobs his head to the music. Much.
Alright. We've got 3 points to throw around. This is the last one we can put into interfacing.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Huh?
Hardcore!
Oh, right. I made you an ultra liberal.
Side chain.
Yes! Yes! What does it even
Listen,
mean?
you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing. Either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals.
I understood all of
The
that.
compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux side chain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
As a streamer, I'm contractually obligated to not understand anything about sound mixing.
Sidechaining it, you said.
Turns down the music, his hands moving deftly across the mixer, setting up the necessary
Then
controls.
he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide. Wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead, Cop Man? Did you break him?
Just wait and see.
Are you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Give him a thumbs up. What the fuck is this dance you're doing, man?
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage, intensely waving
Hardcore!
in the air.
This is beauty! This is life!
Hell yeah.
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together. It's unnatural.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
This is one for the Enotic generation!
Introducing the ultimate sound!
We've tamed it.
God damn it. This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be!
Disco Elysium, baby!
Who will be the innocence of hardcore anodic dance music?
Probably Egghead. Gotta make sure it's pumped up.
You got us in, Cop. I can't believe you got us in.
Looks around the hall, examining
With
the
wonder
carpentry.
in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority.
No.
You really came through for the hardcore underground.
Oh, cool.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor. sweating profusely. A cell using
oh,
a
shit.
contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass.
Better hear that in that tent. Wasn't safe. Genuine to the hardcore lifestyle. You wouldn't understand. I'm a corrupt cop, Kim. It's a corrupt scheme. I wish that I could say this, like, with a little parentheses that says sarcastic. Fuck it.
Okay.
Lieutenant keeps it laconic.
What he means is, I don't care if you have a corrupt scheme. Almost everyone does.
Yeah.
Whatever keeps you sober and concentrated on work.
I'll just pretend that he didn't understand it. No, what do you think of the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
What do you think?
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. The sea, perhaps something more fundamental.
Mm-hmm.
He means something paranatural.
Supranatural, even.
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
You mean the sound of
Maybe they were unable to face the nature of the world, perishing.
Stylus is church built in.
Into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism, lawmongerer. It's
I'm not just a
subset
cop.
of early DeLorean architecture.
Not just a cop, I'm an art cop.
Art of core.
Except we know that architecture is the worst of all art. That's what our brain said, at least. What is a DeLorean architecture?
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
What's the DeLorean building look
Like
like?
that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
Church isn't painted white near as I can tell.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside. Before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Even by dead bodies.
Dead bodies of perennial plants. Sigma functions are left
Sigma?
in place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total. I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them, and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass.
Oh, damn. Here it is. It's back again.
An hard base is needed to reanimate it.
First, where's the
A
quote from?
Sarais man who lived a long time ago. An ancient hardcore brother.
You're saying his religion has stopped being hardcore?
It never was. A 3,000-year-old regime of history, built by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false to the core.
You propose dance music will supplant the system? You guys said the Ecclesiastes were all about love and hardcore before,
I
remember?
only said unity. One word. Figures of authority always misquote you.
Points to his
Andre
phones.
doesn't care about the Ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. And Egg is a demi-beast. You shouldn't listen to what people say. You should listen to what they are.
I even agreed with
Were
you.
you wrong? The founding party is okay with everything. Look around.
Damn.
They don't have enough love
Got
for the
me.
human
All right,
creature
Fi.
to oppose anything anymore. We're on.
That's still a lie. Reassert yourself.
Affinity! You lied to me. I am tired of people lying to me. That wouldn't be cool. I want to be cool. Authority, every single time I listen to what you have to say, it turns out bad for me. Kuno doesn't want to do art because I listen to you. That wouldn't be cool. I want to be cool. Hey, go fuck yourself, Caesar-looking ass.
Anodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
You know what this kind of stuff goes well with.
Don't you have to be on drugs for that, though? I don't need to be a narc.
Only a little.
Not cool. Not cool.
All large human gatherings are narcotic.
Oh, fuck off with that.
Ask any such undertaking in history, this included. Chemistry is true to its word.
There is a difference between narcotics and group elation. One kills you.
Oh, but maybe really what kills
The supercharged humanism that the innocentric system has been feeding us on giant city squares, that's not a drug. The sugar and wheat it feeds us is healthy.
Forget it. It would become an imbecilic discussion. You two continue. It's more hardcore that way.
He does not feel left out. In fact, he probably just wanted to say hardcore.
Hardcore. How do you like the glasswork?
I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye.
Getting some real negative vibrations from her too. You wanted to get inside a church and now you don't like the stained glass window.
I didn't know it was in here.
What?
We have to get rid of it.
No?
Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look.
The club is called Disco Elysium. We can't get rid of it.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
Plus, it's the stained glass is already shattered. I'm sure that's some sort of symbol of disagreement to it.
On the floor.
She's an innocent accused, but she's pretty. Yeah, but like, who isn't accused of being a mass murderer these days? Fucking cancel culture, man. Swear to God. Resettlement programs are totally okay. I'm a big fan of resettlement programs for some reason. I do feel like there's something terrifying about her. Isn't she supposed to be an embodiment of the world spirit? Would you say she was, you know, human? Yeah, I'm done talking about her. I don't want to think about her. Isn't she supposed to be the embodiment of the world spirit?
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit. This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs. She's a thief, if you ask me. An organ thief. All innocences are.
But you know what? Woman pretty. Have you considered that?
She invented the beauty you're feeling. Seeing her glass cutters and iconographers, you set the standard, alright, then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers.
And it seems like I like it soft, because...
You wouldn't be the first. Millions liked her. She's got those mass-murdering lips.
Would you say she was, you know, human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator.
Ooh.
That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have thousands of fans. I'm surrounded by love and support all the time. She was a player. She played us all. It's all just a game to her. Somehow this smacks of the clock carousel.
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm done talking about her. I don't want to talk about her
What a
anymore.
strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy.
Oh, come on.
What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
It's a nice window.
Why do you keep saying that if it isn't making you feel well? Don't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about that damn window.
Talk about that glasswork
Mass
again.
murderer. What,
Alright, I'm done here. How are you settling in?
To say, Cop Man, signs in here are distinctly wild.
Uh-huh.
Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the crab man though.
Tiago.
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place.
Mm-hmm.
Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
You mean all his sobriety stuff isn't too restrictive for you? You mean all his mother's love stuff isn't too spooky for you?
Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. And the mother's love is the hardest core of all. The man picks up on stuff, and he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
What did Tiago tell you about the church?
Crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
Unfortunately, Kay, I didn't make him a communist. I made him an ultra-liberal. I have purposefully trained him wrong as a joke. You mean there are dead bodies here?
Not like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical.
What's it for?
Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the Crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain it.
Okay, well, this conversation feels weird when we already had a whole theory. Contain what exactly?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood. It'll be fruitless, though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance. Like a concentric ring spreading out. The struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we can answer, Copman. Maybe you can figure things out, Copman. I think we got on a good level here.
Want to talk more about this place? Let's talk about something else. Why are you so suspicious of everything?
People are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Lloyd
hold on.
for nothing.
As Johnny Law himself, I find that a little rude.
It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our science synced.
Why are you called Noid anyway?
It's short for paranoid.
Ah. What are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
And what are the most suspicious
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
Something is off here.
Encyclopedia.
You feel like it should be the other way around.
You mean the left-right paradigm and the pig-wheat complex?
No. Politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid. Probably in Graz.
Excuse me?
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves.
What's bad about animals? Animals are cute.
Nothing. Animals are cool, guys. I like animals too, but that doesn't mean I have to be one myself.
Animals are cute. Tell me more about this left-right business.
Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity.
It's like I'm really going down the YouTube algorithm rabbit hole. Yeah, there's just so much insane shit happening in this conversation, and I'm not parsing any of it.
That's what led us astray. Far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
Does this mean you're mentally ill?
Mental illness is a term the powers use to homogenize people. I think I don't reach mental illness. I am merely politically ill.
Oh, I see.
A suspicious element.
His eyes flicker.
What's with the clothes?
They're hardcore.
That's it?
They're just clothes.
I thought there would be more to it.
It's just a style, you know. Normal hard style. Anyone can wear it.
Okay. I'm going to remember and 100% use the phrase politically ill. Mention true life, what would that be like?
True if it's free from fear, an eternal division among oneself. In others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A Germinal will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore.
What is this John Locke return to nature shit?
Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His comrades look on worriedly. The young man is dead serious about this. Rejection of
Encyclopedia
the right axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you?
Oh man! Alright, well, Encyclopedia has sort of forced me into this. Are you doing a fascism?
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
I didn't mean it as a bad thing. Fair enough, I'm just making an observation. Shouldn't the ones that are more hardcore rule over the ones that are less hardcore? Offer them guidance? Hold on, I want to make sure that this... Okay, I'm at a 5. Let's see what happens.
If some want to lead and others want to
Damn it!
I think they
God
are
damn it! I was trying to follow his line of logic. Want to lead... I think they're welcome to it. So you're advocating a noise-based society.
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer to true, hardcore life. There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion.
You keep mentioning hardcore. What does it mean to you?
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord.
Hey, I have a lot of those.
It's a potent superlative as well.
Thoughts from the spinal cord, you say? Yeah, it doesn't really chime in a lot, though.
The term also signifies certain varieties of pornography that depict penetration, just so you know.
Wow, thank you, Encyclopedia. Very interesting. Did you get that one from electrochemistry, by chance?
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore.
Uh-huh.
Hardcore!
Thank you, Egghead. You know what? I have the interesting fact. I must share the interesting fact. The term hardcore also denotes a strain of pornography that depicts penetration. Did you know that?
That's a pretty hardcore coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah!
Gotcha. Let's change the subject.
Sure thing.
Caught the key, analyze the beat, paracarcinonism is love. Internalize the hardcore aesthetic. Don't just nod along, really feel it. Hold on, take care, Noid. Let me get my conceptualization outfit on. 1 second. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Anything else? I think that's it. Let's go for it.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
No.
Dedicated.
Fucking way. Ha! Called it the entire time, knew it. Had full faith in myself, knew I was gonna pass.
Of loosely formed qualities called hardcore. You need your own entry. Make it.
Oh man. Hard people, hard republic, hard cell, hard party, hard riot, hard government, core membership, core secretary, core teachings, core fighters. I've got the money, I've got the place. You've got the figure, you've got the face. Let's get together. We're jumping all over the world. Hardcore aesthetic. Thank you, conceptualization. Hardcore aesthetic? Fuck grammar! Okay, hold on a minute. Not only have you internalized the hardcore aesthetic, you've also contributed to it. How hard or core could you possibly become? Low-core people come around to correct your typos. It's hardcore here, hardcore there, harder core in a third instant. What's going on? Those aren't typos, man. That's how core hardness works. If you don't know how hardcore, if you don't know hardcore from Our Happy Hardcore, what the fuck are we even talking about? Interesting. I don't know what any of that meant. I'll be honest. I am. I have no clue. How can capitalism be hardcore now, Jelly? How? That's for Egghead to figure out. All right. I'm the one that made him an ultra liberal as a joke. He's the one that has to blaze that path.
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
Hey there. I've
Need
been
to see my
recording
stats?
some new audio from
These
all
ones?
these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree.
You're definitely part what? What did you see? What have you seen? You read my palms, at least tell me what you saw.
But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead.
Makes sense. I've likely deserved some praise and adoration. What for?
For getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control.
You're pretty strong ultra considering communist isn't the only thing. To be fair, alright, in my defense, I only have that many ultra liberal points because I thought it was really funny when it said stupid shit like I'm a badass hustler. Alright? So anytime there was a line where I called myself a hustler or something equivalent, I picked that line. This does not reflect my ideology in the game, it just reflects the funny dialogue choices.
Sorna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the Crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
I think, realistically speaking, I am a very boring person who is afraid of change. So if I were to try and follow my true, genuine ideology here, I would definitely be somewhere in the moralist camp. I like communist ideas, but I think that they are impractical in a lot of ways. Mostly because I don't have any basis for their success. Got shot in the leg.
Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something.
What kind of sick person makes the hardcore a capitalist tool? I thought it would be funny. I purposefully trained him wrong as a joke. They said not to make him a communist, so I made him an ultra liberal instead.
When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know. Anyway, shot in the leg. I'm sorry. Man, that must suck.
Now, can you tell me about your associate?
Sure.
Hell
He
yeah.
helped us out. I can repay the favor. What do you want to know?
Sorry, I can't hear you over all these hardcore brand shirts I'm selling. Merrick, you need to put a space in between hard and core. Did you not just read that entire thought alongside us? That's a different thing. It's hardcore, not hardcore.
Ah,
Tell me about
she's a bit
Sinner.
odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time.
You're selling those as well? All right. On with your hustle grind, sir. I apologize.
But earlier today, she told me about Welkins. And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
American One Hardcore Carousel t-shirt. Now we're just franchising this, are we? Huh? Everyone's dogging on me for being ultra liberal, and then the second you get to commit to the bit, it's fine, huh? Interesting. What about Tiago?
Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters.
Uh-huh.
I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
Talks to Noid, what
Beats
for?
me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
We do it together, that's communism. So you're saying that communism and capital can be aligned. Aha! What does he do
Who
up there?
knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do? Yell up at the tower?
Thanks.
Who do you want to know about?
Tell me about Andre.
He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. To me, at least. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. Of what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer.
What has he organized?
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organise around here either. He really wants this church thing to work. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
Relax, girl. We're police officers, but we're corrupt, rotten to the marrow. You can tell us about drugs and shit. I don't give fuck. This is just such an insane thing to say. I just wish I had some indication that this was sarcastic. Because you can't genuinely say this, right?
Yeah, drugs, shit, fuck.
Okay, so it was sarcastic. Thank you.
Yes. Anyway.
Is Andre your boyfriend?
Yes.
Tell me about... Okay.
Who do you want
Tell
to
me
know
about? Tell me about Noid.
He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
What does he do?
What do you mean, do? Like, for a living?
No, I meant for breakfast. Of course, this is an asshole response. Yes.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that. In a shop somewhere.
Because Noid is violently hardcore. I've internalized it. I understand why he doesn't stoop to servitude. Do you?
Wow, you really have talked to him. Indeed, Noid serves no master but the beat.
And you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
She gives you a switchblade smile.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her than she lets on.
It's just something poor Forberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock. Or as much as possible.
Why wouldn't it be? Sounds like a Jamrock
I
shuffle
don't know,
to me.
man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have I not told you I'm a raging alcoholic who recently drank himself into an oblivion so deep he can't even remember what sounds like the biggest street in the city?
Kind of. I'm gonna say yes.
Well, I am.
Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
I might just do that if I make it there alive.
I hope you do.
Tell me about the
Who
others.
do you want to know about?
Let's deal with Egghead.
What do you mean?
What does he think when he's doing? What does he think he's doing when he yells all that stuff?
Oh, that. He's the party boy.
Told me as much, but what exactly is a party boy?
Anodic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offense if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Goddamn right, rock music is the coolest rock music forever. Nah, I'm a disco boy. You don't have to tell me rock music is dead. I abandoned rock music a long time ago. Can't disco to rock.
Okay.
An insane response.
Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something.
I'm having the most
right?
normal conversation ever with this woman.
That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
You know, it's interesting, Merrick, you say that because Acel does have a lot of words that are also in Rachel. And could perhaps be pronounced similar to it if we forget how it's actually pronounced and look at it. I mean, we put an H in there and we're halfway there.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them.
What else
Dancing
starts with an
makes you
A
dance,
and has 5
sneezing
letters in
makes
it?
you
That's
sneeze,
right, Amber.
Yawning makes you... Anyway.
Where's he from? How long has he been with you guys?
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really.
Huh?
One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City.
Encyclopedia, what do you make of this?
The worst of the banlieues. A wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Jamrock, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible area of Revachol. No one even wants to exploit those people anymore.
Damn.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah. It was in Coal City.
I wish I was on as much drugs as her, I assume. I don't remember if she's on drugs, but it feels like it. Another electrochemistry cheerleader? No! No, we have enough electrochemistry cheerleaders in stat. We can't give her more power.
Egg came with us. He made
I
us
already have her
lose and
maxed out.
hide
There's
us
nothing
and
more I
he
can
went
do.
back. Couldn't even speak.
Okay, maybe I could drink and put another point into it, but I'm not doing that.
It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine.
No! I refuse.
People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or two. You wish you'd been there.
Tell me about the
Who
others.
do you want to know about?
Actually, do tell me about yourself.
Me? Again?
Yes, I forgot. Tell me about yourself.
I told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. It really reminds you of something.
What does that mean?
It means I don't answer questions about myself.
But I'm a police officer. You have to answer me. All right, have to answer me. Hardcore sobriety is a bore. No, absolutely not. Drinking we abhor. More to you than you let on. What am I not seeing?
All right. There is.
Abhor. Abhor. No. But I'm a police officer. You have to answer
Is there a
me.
law that would stop me from lying, though?
Damn,
That
she's
would
got
depend
me.
on the circumstances.
She would kill it in a zone of truth. Fair enough.
Thank you. Sure.
Some other questions. Catch this. Okay, well, this isn't gonna work, but sure, why not? Do I have anything to buff up my reaction speed? Yep. Yep. Let's just put on the Oh my god. Look at these fucking chicken legs. Anything else for reaction speed? No. Hey, alright. Wow, we look like such a fucking douche. Oh my god.
Welcome back.
Come on.
The silver bird has already
Damn it.
flown away. I will catch it later.
Not to worry. We can put a point into it. We've got plenty to go around.
Welcome back.
This time for sure.
O pasado de it flutters by your ear. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Ooh, possibly. I don't remember how you pronounce it. She casually brushes her hand through her hair.
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
It's a Zemyaki term for someone who won't break under questioning. An organized crime term.
What do you mean?
The silver bird.
All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died.
I can imagine what followed after.
You and I both, although I don't have to imagine. The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone. So after his death, we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind.
So she's living under a pseudonym, so to speak. Interesting. Interesting. You wouldn't happen to be wearing a flannel underneath that coat, are you?
It was a stupid idea, and I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might look down on such activities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the débardeurs. Else they might get unhappy.
Everard authorized
Not in
this.
person, but I let him know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult to convince him, really. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning Dadwise into a corrupt business person. Unpleasant.
Good.
Hear that? Set justice on its feet. Confront Everard.
Hey, Authority, listen, man. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there's currently a blockade making it so that we can't get access to Everard at all. Cool your fucking jets, dude.
Come on, this is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now. That's
Who can
not how
manipulate
these
him
things
using
work.
the information? No, thank you, Reactions. This is all good to know, but let's leave it at that.
Do. It's for the best.
Actually, that's it for now. Of course she's a criminal. She stole our hat. She did steal our hat once upon a time. We look horrible right now. Hold on. I want to look like the biggest douche possible. No, it's got to be... Or maybe just no gloves. Oh, it's weird. Alright. Let's get our normal stuff back on. Wait, no, I need something for savoir-faire. I have my cool glasses. Do I have anything lowering my savoir-faire? My god, it fits so well. No! Merrick, no! What have you done? What have you done? No! Oh, I hate it. No. Who let him cook? Actually, I think this is baking. No, that's not the new Kim.
Hey man, it's good to see you.
I mean to ask, what's with the
It's
hair?
to express my individuality.
Oh.
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's bald.
That's mean. Don't say that. No. Is it important for you to be an individual?
Of course it is. Otherwise, I'd just be another poor guy with no education and no money. General issue, man. Now I'm all that, and I have radical spikes.
Fair enough.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway.
Alright. Let's do this.
You close your
Damn
eyes
it.
and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music into life. For now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
If Necktie Chen was still here, I'm sure she'd want a boogie.
Your aching leg doesn't
Come
want
on.
you to imagine anything, however. It just wants to lie down and rest.
I hope you're not trying to dance with that leg of yours. Healing from a gunshot wound takes time and patience. Be careful.
Goodbye, officer.
Please. I've never wanted anything more. Please.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes and rotate your skull.
Yes!
Leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little
Oh
future
man, we are killing it lately.
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
All thanks to alcohol. I can't even argue with that.
Here it will begin.
Was that about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
Whoa!
Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed
Who the fuck are you?
skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn.
Didn't they say we would meet you later?
To rule the world.
As it ought to be. Who are you?
I am the spinal cord.
What do you want?
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Where'd the music go?
Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone.
Concentrate on hearing.
Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid. And
it comes to you like a blue whale. You sense it stir the tranquility of the deep. A single note of bass passing through. Then it's gone. Back to El Silencio.
This is where the beat plunged. It will resurface soon. Brace for glory.
Where did the church go?
Who fucking cares?
Good.
No, not good.
Great.
Orgasmic.
That's certainly a few steps higher. Bust a move.
Foolhardy. Do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
Okay, you make a good point.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn.
Open your eyes and dance like you've never danced before.
You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism.
Fuck yeah!
A flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called...
Hell yeah!
Entirely...
Get it, Harry!
Imbecilic, without pity or fear. Free from self-awareness. No deliberation. Only, and I mean only, execution.
Oh my god! No way!
Yes way.
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come. The young man...
Let's fucking get it, Mullen!
For a second. He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
Kim, get in here! Get the fuck in here!
What's going on here?
I said get in here and dance!
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses, giving him the appearance of a surgeon in the middle of a tense procedure. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality before him.
Get the fuck in here, Lieutenant!
What's happening? How the hell are you dancing with that broken leg of yours?
I'm not doing anything! Music made up its mind a long time ago. I'm just implementing.
Good for you. Rock on then.
Kim?
Somehow, you managed to hear him sigh.
We aren't going anywhere before we tear shit up!
What?
Please. Authority? Please.
Who's the one?
Oh, thank Christ. The one time you will ever be useful. Lieutenant, I'm gonna pull rank on you one time. And that time is now!
Are you kidding me?
I assure you I am not. Now get your groove on, Lieutenant. It's all a joke to you, isn't it? Chain of command joke, future dance joke. Well, no more. Cut a rug, Lieutenant.
What?
Cut a goddamn rug, Lieutenant. Boogie woogie.
Sheesh, okay.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork. Plus, is that Ubi folk dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Hell yeah, it is.
Yeah. Whatever.
Hardcore will never die, but you will. That's fucking talk a big talk, Lieutenant. Let's see some moves.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate.
Such a fucking dorky line.
Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity.
Oh shit.
It's really
It's
He'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack. And the
not really as
doors
intense as I was expecting. Let's check this shit out.
on all of you. It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either.
Hell yeah.
Part of him is amazed you're both able to just dance.
Dance!
After all these horrifying
It's
events.
the law.
The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion.
Hell yeah.
The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable.
Hell yeah. What are you doing?
The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
Suna?
No, recording.
Come on.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back.
Come on.
She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, as she started putting her head along to the music.
Is there anything more I can do? I want to break the limit.
The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse on for this?
Together. Where are you?
Here we go again. Hardcore fancy air. The sound above my head.
What now?
Son of a...
What?
Above my hair, man.
Okay, this is too imbecile. Excuse me.
God, please.
On the
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Beaten stove church, built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
What's the strange feeling I keep having? The cold, even now.
I am la Rebachelière.
Ooh.
I am the city.
You were a Chan all along. My guiding moonlight. What do you mean you are the city?
I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill.
How are you talking to me?
The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space.
Who am I? Why are you talking to me?
You are an officer of the citizens' militia, Jaunt in Rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out. Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
I spoke to the city of Revachol.
Fuck yeah! I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going.
We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned.
I'm definitely imagining it because he's just kicked in the face.
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
End of human development. Mission complete.
Right, ecstatic.
All right.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
That's it for now.
Goodbye, officer.
Whew. Damn. Alrighty. Holy shit. I cannot believe every single time I put a point into the check to try it again, I passed every single one of them in that room. It's... Wait. Even though the alcohol wore off, it's still buffed up. We should drink more often. That Kim check is the second worst to fail in the entire game. I had a feeling. I was hoping beyond all hope. Oh, I'm so glad we passed all of those. I'm so glad we passed all of those. Plaisance, I have some bad news.
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone.
What happens if you fail
I know
it?
I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
I'm the one who got shot here, ma'am.
Oh my god! Even the police can't take care of all of this. Just look at that limp.
Oh, thank you.
Someone should do something about this.
I do want to know, but before I do that, Kay, there was an observation I made a while back that, you weren't here for. I just need you to take a quick look at the lieutenant and Plaisance. I need you to see if you're seeing what I'm seeing. You see what's going on there? Same outfit. She's in a blazer and he's in a bomber jacket. Yes, but both of their jackets, by the way, are orange with a black trim, with a white shirt underneath, with olive drab pants, or in her case, a skirt, with brown shoes. Same color scheme. Similar outfit structure. That's incredibly common. No, I haven't seen England. I live in Pennsylvania. You're telling me that people just go around wearing orange blazers with olive drab pants all the time?
Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes. It makes sense. Crime is the sixth element, you see. The darkest element.
You know, I'm not even going to feel bad about saying
Teach
this.
people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime.
That's even worse than a bookstore in Martinez. I'm sorry.
No need to be modest, good officer. You've convinced me. It is a great idea. Thank you for the inspiration.
Okay.
In the meantime, do buy the books. As many as you can. They won't be here for much longer. Is there anything else I can help you with?
This Dick Mullen book fell apart before I got to the end. Do you have another copy?
I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the durability. I would be happy to sell you another one, but unfortunately, it's the last copy we had in stock.
Okay, I'm not even going to feel bad about this. I found the actual source of
What do you
Doom.
mean, the actual source? Are you talking about the third presence?
The one and only.
She remembers. Good.
Yes. Presence, the entity, the malicious energy, however you may call it.
She who has many names. I imagine things must be rather bleak for you to return to me. Tell me, what have you found?
My investigation has led me to discover a 2mm entroponic hole in reality. That's the source of Doom, both in the commercial area and in Martinez.
A what?
A tiny hole in reality. It may be connected with Pale, an origin point of sorts. It would explain why historically so many things have ended in failure here in Martinez.
Ma'am, what he's saying is true. We found an anthroponetic anomaly in the small Pinewood church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it's not looking good.
But that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that?
Can't protect it, not against. Close up shop and try to get as far away from this thing as possible. I mean... yeah, that's the practical thing to do. Also, this, if you haven't noticed, this place kind of fucking sucks, Plaisance. Get the hell out of here.
Close the shop? But it's all I have. No, there must be a way.
You were literally just saying at the start of this conversation that you were going to close up shop yourself.
Especially now that Annette is settling in at school again. She's finally making friends in this place. No, we can't leave Martinez. We can't. Thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime.
Okay. Farewell for now, book peddler. How you doing, Annette?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Little girl, my Dick Mullen book ripped up before I could get to the end. You know what happens?
Which book was it, sir?
Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir.
No!
I haven't read that one yet. I wish I could help you.
Alright. Bye, Annette. Make sure to get my flashlight out so that Kim doesn't yell the tutorial at me again. Can I? Okay, no, it's just highlighted again for some reason. Hold on.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor. Like, no, it's just a memory from a...
You're right. The weights may fall off. It would be
Safety hazard? Okay, now I can just look at it again. The UI is just a little bugged. Hello there, ma'am. I have concrete evidence.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
I think I found the actual source of the curse.
You mean the curse that I'm spared of because I live outside its immediate reach?
It's a bit more complicated than I first thought it would be.
I'm listening.
There's a 2mm hole in reality located in a church on the other side of the canal. I think it may be related to Pale.
Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Sona Lukanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, made the discovery.
Sona is involved in this? So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
I wouldn't go so far as to say the entire world is doomed.
Just Martinez?
Gives you a rueful mind.
In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
Well, good. Goodbye. Okay. I can't see shit. Kim, don't you dare tell me to pull the flashlight out. I know. because of here. All because I took one little sip of alcohol.
Give up. You'll never find the answer.
No.
There's
no
no other copy of Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity here.
There's gotta be a way to solve this.
There isn't. If only you had more time, more resources. Who knows what you could have come up with. Maybe if there had been more money and less speed.
What do you mean less speed? I haven't done any drugs.
Or more.
No. Listen, I gave you alcohol. That's the most you're gonna get.
Or that. Yes. Either way, you might have been able to come up with an answer, but not like this.
What? Is this because I'm not sober? What a disappointment. Is that because I'm not sober? Because I took a little sip of alcohol, now I can't figure out the mystery? Alright, we need visual calculus. Dick Mullen back on the beat. Reload for Dick. I'm not that desperate.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you. Reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
Got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it. That's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town. They were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I also got shot in the chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
I have a question.
Of course.
We need
Can
to
I
get
help
to that.
you with something?
That's not really a question. We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Aye, aye.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
2 days of sunshine?
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
It's on that island.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Encyclopedia, what do you know about the island?
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be
and
one
that
of
was
the
an
many
encyclopedia?
fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Water deep?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye, aye, Captain. Thank you. Will you
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
It's a point of no return. Yep, I figured. This is definitely final. If there ever was. Also, I can tell you what happens if you fail the authority check to dance with Kim.
Little boy kicks a stone while
Sure,
the other
hit me with
watches him do it.
Been to that island, right?
And that island.
Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great.
You call Kim a slur? Oh! Cool. Nice.
And we make a fire. We make a fire.
I'm very glad we didn't fail that one.
Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Logic bullet casings?
Bullet shells?
Yeah.
There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
You mean shells?
I don't know what those are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Fire guy?
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy.
Someone lives on that island?
Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
You guys mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live
No,
there?
he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Father used to go to that island too, didn't
Our
he?
father killed himself.
Thank you! Cool!
Didn't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start to cry. Father did not kill
I
himself.
don't know.
Boy who made the claim finds himself unsure of it.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Okay. Is that all? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? He's rubbing his eyes. Clearly he has no intention of finishing the
Lights,
sentence.
fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Gotcha. Alrighty. The kids are nice, yeah. I thought I just loaded the game for a second. I panicked. Alright. I have a skill point I can spend. I'm not going to finish this thought, looks like. Maybe I should put it into something that I can finish. What's a short one? We'll go with an actual art degree. Quick save. It's time to
A
death
skiff
rays.
with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
I'm not ready yet. Can I dress like a normal person? Hold on. Let me see if it's possible. How normal do you want to get? Because I can get real normal. I can get exceedingly normal. TV science show assistant look. Maybe I should, you know what? I don't have the tie anymore. I was gonna wear, you know, my old, you know, I was gonna wear it all, but she's not here anymore. Close enough.
The skiff float once you get... Have you made all the... Remember what the net picker said. It's a...
She's always with us.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Oh shit! They should really lock this behind having the boombox. Audio Jungle. Thank you everyone for watching. Appreciate it. If you like this video and you're enjoying it, hey, why not feel free to hit that subscribe button, smash that like button, and you know, if you like the video, make sure to leave a comment telling me that you liked it. Make sure that you leave one on all the videos in the playthrough just to tell me how much you liked it. I really like that feedback. It's cool to get that feedback, and I like hearing from you. Make sure to ring that bell. Right. Remember to ring the bell too. Remember to ring the bell. Just like that church bell's ringing, you should ring that bell too. I hate this. I don't like this bit. I don't like it.
And the
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
She's always with us. Always. Makeshift bridge.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Yes, so it seems.
You think it was
For
useful?
bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it
From
home.
enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Finish the thought. Fire's falling apart, at least with the years. Attention, inflammable. Some fuel oil is leaked out the barrel. There's a lingering trace of mazut in the air.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105.
Underneath the fire.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just snow quietly falling on the reeds, bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work.
To the west.
A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Snow falls on the water, melting away without even a whisper.
Head.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. Col de Mamadakwa. We are way out now. Way out in the west.
Yes?
Momentarily, the sounds are swept away. Pain shoots up your right foot and into your groin.
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
The lieutenant nods in silence.
I'm surprised that's not a shivers check. As soon as they start with the sweats, when blood trickles down your arm, and then you turns off, it's nothing. Little burst from one up the stairs are gone. Oh wow. Oh, we're on another floor, I see. This one's an armament rest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires
Downstairs,
lead?
somewhere?
And a generator
Liquid
is
carbon.
this.
I would imagine it takes mazout.
Smell
The
or
kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. A hollow ring, the canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does it mean?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone with basic electrical skills has
nice.
restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside
Another level. Another point to spend. Mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce, a survivor's kitchen. See candles planted on a broken rangefinder, a moth-bitten bed sheet. Keeps the wind out.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Not recently.
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Yeah, just an hour.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Pull up their knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
He's no longer here. Go outside to the beach. Oh, that way. Doors closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. Okay, so I was right to go this way. Am I missing something? Is there something I'm missing? How blind am I right now? Hold on. I think I see. Maybe. Yeah. There we go. Go down the chain, there's something there. I once again feel very blind. Chain. Gotcha. Walk into the water now. See footprints on the water. Further.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Muindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm in my head. Listen.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads. Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Not now, electrochemistry.
Anyway.
Maybe now, electrochemistry?
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
Has electrochemistry ever steered you wrong? Not today. Oh, the others are
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows.
I did do the phone
You
call,
can't
yes.
think of anything pretty to say.
Need to have one more massive epic
No,
showdown.
Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Ravachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Brought you a figurine of the Headless
I
Fountain.
don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I liked figurines. I thought the figurines were
That's
freaking
not
back.
what figurines do, Harry.
The figurines don't do anything.
She looks at the headless Fountain Rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had.
Like war games
Yes,
figurines?
I thought it would be good.
Maybe you can take this revolutionary figurine then. Maybe you can take that a little musket.
No, please. Please don't give me anything.
I'll give you
I
things.
didn't ask for things. It's
Oh.
too late to give me anything. I would have liked the Headless Fallen Rider back then.
Get the feeling you're not really.
I don't
Dolores
know
Day.
what you mean. Dolores Day.
the voice on the phone.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that.
She shakes her head very slowly, her white hair brushing her shoulders too wet.
Call me like that.
It wasn't me, it was my hand. My fingers called
They
you.
shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In the warmth of the night. Wrapped in my future love. There, I think of you less and less. Whole weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery. The death blow is coming. It's Dora. That's what the voice said on the phone.
Dora is short for Dolores.
Dubois, yes. Dora Dubois.
That's why I think of Dolores Day.
Why what?
You Dora Dubois.
Oh no. No. We're not doing that again.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around, and it will happen.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Who everyone?
Everyone. Literally all of you.
Glad we're having this conversation.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
Consigning Lieutenant Detective Revachol Citizen Militia to internal damnation. Say nothing.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
The morning? I don't understand.
You're grieving, but you're not.
Oh my
dead.
god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn. You don't have to hate the world. Can't you see how kind and beautiful everything is? I don't have time to deal with your pessimism. There are so many people at the stop at this hour. They're all going to the aerodrome. It wasn't a fight. I was never fighting you.
So paranoid of me, there's no antagonism between us. I want to fight.
Let's stop it with the apes. This isn't going anywhere. Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
It's not, but...
Oh, there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again. See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me too. I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight, but it's clear you're still making her sad.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew. Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone. It's okay. What other things? We've been through all the things, Harry. That sounds nice, Harry, but I really don't want to argue about ideology with you right now.
This won't be an argument. It will be emotional and true.
Beautiful things can happen, mysterious, will not
There was a time I would have loved to hear about them. I would have hung on every word. I would have made you feel smart, just, hopeful. But now is not that time. Now we are in hell, and in hell, there is only the aerodrome. And boring disagreement. We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
Fresh remembrance, take a trip down memory lane. Noticing you always come back to me, that you can't believe how happy you are with me.
Please, Harry, I just don't have time for this. Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now? Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore. Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first, I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face, the octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think, were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret. Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome. I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
She herself begged you not to let her go. Yeah, that's definitely a bug.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. Yes. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time, so long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
His wife's dream.
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Solve this fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wounds.
Okay. He's still worried. You must have really threshed and squealed in your sleep.
All right. Shirt. Sleeveless aim. Pants. Army surplus paper scarf. That's nice. Oh, that's done. I've got to change for you to confront. No. 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 Chan, no. Looks like an electric type piss, Chan. That's horrific necktie, Chan. God rest her soul. Alright. Gimme... We're a little overdue for a break. So give me 10 minutes here. Stretch, water, snack, all that jazz. Alright, I'm back. I deliberately wanted to dress normal because I had a feeling that a scene like that might be coming along. And I wanted to make sure that if something like that did happen, I didn't look like a complete idiot in it and ruin the moment. It worked out. I gotta say, it feels like we missed a lot of stuff. Are there really that few pants and shoes in this game? I know there's some fawn pants somewhere. Maybe even goggles to complete the set.
That's it. You got it.
Got what?
The whole shebang.
Oh, the coat and the hat?
The coat. The hat. The swindle so crooked a yeggman couldn't break it.
Swindle?
The deaths of Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve. The case Dick Mullen was on.
Oh,
That's
shit.
what this crooked swindle must be.
Wait. So the narcomaniac art lover rubbed them out after all?
Don't think like a cop. Cops don't solve cases. They slide nippers on the goons and take them into big houses. But they don't solve anything.
Who does
The
then?
Dicks, Gumhills, Hawkshaws, Peepers, Sleuths. Men like Mullen and you.
So I'm a dick?
Bullseye, a snooper, and a damn good one.
I think I've always felt like a private
If
investigator.
there's any doubt, consult your trusty Dick Mullen book and reconnect with the real you. Him, Dick Mullen. You, him. Use. Modus Mullen.
Modus Mullen. How far along are we on this slot? 51 more minutes.
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
Modus Mullen. Oh.
In your hand, an intricate web of blue lines. The pattern
Hold on a
still.
minute. Wait.
In your hand.
Modus Mullen. Oh. Oh, I see. Men get arrested. Dogs get put down. Okay. Well, before I go any further, obviously we need to talk about all that. Hold on. Mullen didn't need that shit. Shit came looking for him. Snitches are born. Snitches aren't born, they're made. So, I think that scene is pretty incredible. As you may have been able to tell by the fact that I was completely silent for almost the entirety of it. I think that's a pretty unbelievable scene. Yeah. That, it spoke to me on more levels than I am comfortable admitting in a public format like this that is going to be saved forever. So I'll leave that at that. As far as personal impact. I think that's just an incredible scene all around. Kind of shocked at how missable it is. That's something that I wanted to ask about. You can miss that scene? You can miss that scene. You didn't see it at all. That's bad. That's very bad. Being able to miss it is the main thing Pub complains about. That's pretty bad. I don't think Harry as a character is complete without that scene. Should a game force you to experience everything in it? No, not necessarily. But I think it should force you to experience the emotional climax of the main character. Yes. If there was ever a scene that you need to see, that's gonna be it. I genuinely do not think there is a way that you could go through this entire game haunted by multiple thoughts all dedicated to her. Always the X something lingering in the background, always this pang of fear for no reason when you see things. And then to not have that scene at the end to provide closure to that thread which has been going through the entire game, that would be bad. That would be significantly harmful to the experience, in my opinion. Games particular about experiencing portions of the story, hence the random rolls. Yeah, no, I get that, but I don't know. Maybe it is just me, and maybe it is my personal attachment to that scene and how much it resonated with me. I don't know. I think it would feel incomplete without that scene. I liked that, and this is a weird thing to say that I liked. Every single one of your thoughts was working against you in that scene. I don't think that there was a single thought that chimed in that scene that succeeded on a check that had something beneficial to add to the interaction. In an intentional way. Which is an unbelievable use of the system mechanics in storytelling. To have these thoughts that the entire game have been helping you and have been the only thing guiding you, now in this situation, in a situation where thinking won't help. There's nothing that you can say, there's nothing that you can do, and trying to say or do anything will only make it worse. And to have a situation like that, and your thoughts are just running haywire, there's a dozen different passive checks, all from each discipline, and they're all trying to do something, anything, to make it turn out differently, but they just can't. That's incredible. Let me see what Kay has to say. boy, I can't get the whole thing. I think it's fine to be able to miss it because it's interaction-based, but the issue I find is that it's quite good and most of the content of the game is missable, whether you realize it or not. And there's a conclusion regardless. I think in full scope of the game and whether and what is actually mandatory, it's a good time. But I can understand if people think having the good part be optional is bad. My issue is that it is presented as a mechanical sleep instead of optional content. Yeah. I think the thing that tipped me off that it might be important was Kim recommending it. Kim recommending a mechanical sleep seemed like it might be... like, I should probably do that, but... I don't know. I think if I'm in charge of this interaction here, like, impossible pain threshold check, Kim's like, you need to rest. Impossible as in the difficulty modifier impossible. Impossible not meaning like, oh, you can't pass this no matter what. Impossible meaning what the game classifies as impossible. 20 difficulty pain threshold. Punishing save scummers who want to see everything. They're used to it. But yeah, I think that's an incredible scene. But then when someone went high and pain threshold could pass it and miss it because they're good at the skill, that's something that you would need to accept. Yeah, you would need to get a 20, which I believe requires a critical success. But again, it's a lot of chance. Am I going to get how many of these hard questions? The only ones worth asking. Time to ask the questions no one wants to ask.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
It's a bit weird since they wanted to combine all the endgame stuff to the island, so you end up with a random nap. Yeah, The dream that I had before that I said was underwhelming, the one where you just sleep, I thought that was underwhelming. I think that should have been this. Although I guess they did say the next one will be the last one, and then we'll loop, so they were talking about this one. And I guess I misunderstood that. Honestly, for me, Kim was the reason I didn't see it, because for the entirety of the game, he was the one character who was like, no nonsense, always trying to do the case as fast as possible. So trying to sleep in an area like this made me think he will get pissed off again, even if he suggests. I think if he's the one who suggests it, I couldn't see that, but I understand where you're coming from. IMO, the dream should have been on somewhere like the boat ride, or in the dream after the tribunal, or really just anything else, or anywhere else. I think just have it here, and just have something happen that you need to rest. Again, you were shot in the leg and shoulder like 3 days ago. And you're already up and around doing the Jamrock Shuffle. Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
I think it could have been something like, we'll take the boat in the morning after you sleep, and that's how it locks you into it. I think having it be mandatory makes it less meaningful. I disagree. Because I don't think the inverse is true. Having it be optional makes it more meaningful. I don't think that's true. especially given the context of the scene and what you're told about it, I don't think that's true. Yeah, it's the one that's going to repeat forever.
Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalist T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
All things communist. Does anything unusual stand out? Why not?
Oh yes.
Holy
under the
shit!
bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour,
Wow!
life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly light reading.
Look, Kim, downbeat dribble for people who can't get shit done. A book, left wing. I have no comments. Do you? Powerful communist theory, rigorous and truthful.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Wasn't there some in the communist student's room?
The student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
What do you think this
Again,
means?
I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Magnesium, money, magnesium. Last storm was way over 10 tons. Let's go to the beach first.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this?
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer. Nothing happens. The dial slides under the glass. Silently, you make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
It's an air-gapped system, an off-air military model. Its circuits are nearly impossible to bend, i.e., it cannot be remote-controlled.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
Building that. Could go back to the mainland and get some.
My kinema. I don't want to do that. Let's just look around.
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence ouvert.
Yep. What's this? Hatch is jammed shut. To the beach. Let's go to the beach each. Firing some. Can't see inside. So we'll go back to the beach chunk. Send cargo ships. Super cycle in the water.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in with a bottle in your hand. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. It's perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Baby, you know it's going to hurt.
Music here is really good. Water rushes below, water far below. Oh. More magnesium.
You see a small metal door.
Another part of the island, probably. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Yeah, on the console just southeast of here.
Okay, so we need fuel. Then.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
What is the ICM?
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was
Another
chaos
level,
after
damn.
the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals. Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
White star.
No. An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the... This old cylindrical...
Will never expires. I feel like I missed something out here. It's just my guess. That's a good one. Hold on, let me sit up because the lighting might... Yeah, okay. I can see a lot more now. Okay. How blind am I? Scale of 1 to 10, chat? 8 to 9? Okay. I'm gonna stand here. Alright. I need you to tell me. Hot or cold? Colder? Am I getting colder? Okay. I'm assuming I'm getting warmer. Warmer? Hot. Warmer? Okay. Careful not to fall through. Colder? Colder now. Okay, hold on. Okay. That was me not understanding the topology of this thing. Painting your pelvis makes you instantly continue. Alright, there we go.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Like the ones we found in Land's End.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
Between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Binoculars, I could be able to see inside
A
the
pair
room.
of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
I can make this. I don't want to boast.
I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
No shit. Communism really did kill him.
Affirmative.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
Where?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Anyone's watching it, you can't say where.
This old cylindrical generator, the lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
This way?
A dim golden glow and
it's on.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Really taking our time here.
After you.
Felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here. Don't worry. I have a gun.
I also
I
have a
know.
gun.
It was not easy to acquire. I don't know.
Righty. Armed and ready. Didn't count the one Kim shot now. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Flowers on Clausia's roof. Sweet, scary something.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
It's Maurice.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. The boat engine. On the water. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
I'm gonna stay true to you. I'm gonna stay true to you too.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Keep the gun, keep it down, not one move.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Feels more like an Inland Empire kind of trick.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Signal.
Jacketed ammunition.
Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Worn. Personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. Any time. No reply. His leg twitches.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. 43 years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. 43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't. He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. No. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for our revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do. How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
Choice could have become self-employed crit.
Supplies, vegetables, I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We also have Druamine.
Oh, Druamine. Thank you, electrochemistry. Other opioid-based painkillers, you must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of I don't even know what. Inferno?
Notice Lieutenant's about
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watched the people of this city turn the lights back on More and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round.
Carousel of some kind, perhaps.
It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
You consider yourself on these.
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk, so you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Coalition-appointed, we try to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
You should engage him about inframaterialism. Impress him with all the ideas you picked up from the reading group.
A liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are.
Detective, we have not come here to... We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. What have I used it for? I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So is continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the shit.
Electrochemistry?
The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Going straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
What a string. When did I say that?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
That's just desk when I took a bullet in the mouth and then March 4th.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
This.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, eh? Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Cool.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
Then the ballistics.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Just one thing. The rifle does not have a scope.
Where's the scope? To make the shot without a scope, we have everything else.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
It's best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all the Martinez. It was perfect. The pair of binoculars put in there.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Hey, that's what I said! Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony, and nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them.
Yep.
Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course, thank you, Head, thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
What brand of boot prints you're wearing? What boots you're wearing?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Dross.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes doesn't mean you weren't there near the room the victim died, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
Not seeing these flowers anywhere else in Martinez. You don't want to call it Clausia, ring any bells? Flowers like these were behind her window.
Clausia.
Mercenary.
With the victim.
Turns his sight to the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles on his jaw twitch a spasm.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop eating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate, not when they die by the hundreds. Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Reversham.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
Specifically, did you not like about the murder you saw?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
You were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
He's the one that took him.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Close to that level. Hidden buoy told us about. You looked into it.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
The submersible has nothing in
Why
it.
would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers. I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
He knows.
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You could see her bruises through the scope of a
You
rifle.
can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Please.
It quickly comes to you.
Bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through the hole in a wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
You see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too.
With a level.
The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
No art degree. To be completely honest, I'm locked the fuck in, and I do not want thought complete actual art degree interrupting the tone of this scene right now.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
I have feelings for that.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. It helps if you have your eye on something there. Something pretty. It's weakness, I know.
Is that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
You brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
Something put the thought in you, a compulsion.
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
Just got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
What was about her?
Her.
You hear a low frequency hiss, barely, beneath the audible spectrum. Then it's gone. The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the seafort.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Across the water, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, made of grey cinder block houses with Eternite roofs, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. He's there, doing what exactly I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
You got anything else you
A
have in mind?
tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
That's all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. Ask about that cock on parade too. Make sure you get everything here.
Disco whores?
Whores.
The cock parade. Cock parade is pretty close to cock carousel. Cock parading is colors of uniform. Me and Renee.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one, that one.
Shaky finger, he points to the city toward the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
No one there.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A
Very
real treat.
Strange.
For the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood. No.
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
Cared about
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. And now, God damn this one.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You tried to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
Sorry.
Fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had, to love, to colonize the Pale, it's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
I don't want to talk about goddamn social democrats. Traitors is all they are. Brain dead.
Renee still presses on his mind.
Glad we talked about what?
His lip curled.
Glad we talked about what?
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit. He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say,
Oh. If I say this, is that gonna... Can I actually just step away for a second? Oh, reload the... Okay.
His lip curled.
Glad we talked about what?
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. It's precisely what you could not see before. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
Surprisingly
Indeed,
okay.
he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is this some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Wouldn't have felt that would be a part of
Perhaps,
his life.
but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
And some kind of psychoactive substance.
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
You want amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Cocaine?
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Maybe he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
of the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
No fucking shot.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about?
Giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Yes, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it.
Tim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Put that away.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
Electrochemistry.
It says something else in a lower pitch.
Listen carefully. It's the insulin you
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Give him the flashlight, it won't like
We
that.
need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
No. Take the picture.
With the sound of metal sliding against metal, the lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide in an ampoule. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden,
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks, his hands sweaty around the machine. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly. A sudden chirrup fills the air. The walking stick moves its whole body, limbs working independently of each other, like the parts of a masterfully constructed machine. It moves just an inch closer to you. Or does it only feel like it does? Something in its body language has changed, just slightly.
Okay. I already did. Give me 1 second.
We can't just leave it standing
Come
there.
on.
We have to do something, detective. It could be...
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost trembling.
We can't just...
You've never seen him get this excited.
Okay then. I know what I need to do. What's the tragic news? Don't bother reloading. Oh. Search carefully. Yeah.
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone, like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror.
Should have gotten the pheromone. I don't think I could have.
It's blending into the tufts of reeds in the distance, moving from islet to islet.
Oh, I see.
Where? Where did it go?
Should have taken the pheromone from Moral.
I don't think it had anything to do with the ox spray. It was just scared.
It'd have something to do with the ox spray.
Okay, but I'm not an entomologist, okay? Neither was the parascientist. Who knows? The only thing I'm sure of is we saw it. It was real.
Get one of the reeds there.
Looks like it doesn't like to stay out in the open for long.
Look at that glide.
It appears the insect can walk on water, like a water strider, you know? It's almost as fast. Uncanny.
He shakes his head in silence, an expression on his face that you've never seen there before.
You didn't get the picture.
No.
However hard you squint, you can't make out anything recognizable, let alone a stick insect.
I tried, but it was moving too fast, and I didn't get the ampoule in right. And damn it, I believe my eyes. It was there.
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect's not looking so good. We should check him over. Also, it looks like it has some kind of nest there. Maybe there's proof in there.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding, you see a little flash of white. Porcelain white.
The helmet! Scope? Clausia's passport. What was in the phasmid? Still some reeds sticking out of it. It smells of seawater, but it's otherwise wearable. Not comfortable. Putting it on feels scary somehow. Seaweed is still stuck in the lens and it suffered water damage. Found in the phasmid's nest.
This passport issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
Look at the photo.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Sense to do so. I saw something open up blue with spindly legs.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
I was curious, like an octopus.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith. I don't know who Katarzyna Alazie is, but it's safe to say it's not her either. In short, we got lied to, again. In a way, she's still lying to us. I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alazie, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Yeah. Passport away. Okay, well...
Yes?
That's nothing.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
How could you not see the phasmid?
See?
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, with fear and longing, like an addict of some terrible substance.
No, don't touch him. Don't touch him. Put your hand in front of
A
his eyes.
light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should...
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there, with the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
You didn't see it, Ken. It's just the
That
reeds
could be
around.
part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse. He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse. He does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He's addicted to
Like
it.
a drug?
Has displayed addictive behavior, not
His
just
pupils
painkillers.
appear to be dilated. They still are.
It's not just chemical.
As if he's infatuated with it.
Some kind of oxytocin release mechanism? Would go with the pupils. But this is way above me, detective. He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. They'll think we're insane. We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
This is the sniper's nest. Graf, you said it gets worse 4 times in a row now.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought him. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
The armor, no one else seems bothered
Oh,
by it.
really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
I'm a cop in a goddamn
Actually,
exoskeleton.
are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Sunglasses.
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
No one who they say they are. You mentioned task force. I don't want to say anything stupid. Right to the point. Where have you been all
God
this
damn
time?
it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
So you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a
It
lesson.
wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
All those things, I'm not like that anymore.
Yes. You're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times over.
Mention a task force?
Major Crimes Unit. Under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstein, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
What does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Saved his establishment and he still betrays me? I understand. Okay, Gart told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
So I suspect
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force.
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
Sorry, officer.
Okay, you're my commanding officer. I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
Yes, I'm Tran Heilerstein.
What's up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
With all that interesting history, spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail
normal.
wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And
Just
also
happened to be
interested
there,
in
huh?
the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting?
What
here?
indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
The ones who they say
Dude.
they are.
Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardner, Scabbler, this. Tell me at least you are who you say you are.
Yes, I'm still Kinkisolagi. Still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Highly experimental detectives is the method I used to solve this case. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. I think I'm so poor I lost my memory. Wait, socioeconomically?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory... I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still. I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedefort's cool here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
It has something to do with an anomaly in the church, 2mm hole.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vic Mayer. It's Martinez.
Take me seriously, I suspect there might be something seriously wrong with Martinez.
This sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audiospatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think his other anthroponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Komodo Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mirror.
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
For now, I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension? Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Time it comes, Tequila Sunset. Drove in the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
My badge right here.
He squints at it, suspiciously.
Okay. And your gun?
It is right here. Showing the villagers not
Ah, he has it. I thought it was in the ocean. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
So it doesn't even matter. I haven't started drinking again. Damn it. I'm not even drunk. Doesn't even matter.
You
that I
were
found my
never
gun.
supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state.
Had a little
you
drink.
Drunk bum. A little drink? You smell like a corpse. I'm downwind and I can barely breathe. You smell like shit. You let a suspect escape, Harry. Glacier something. Because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
Mm-hmm.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
We have a spy from the Oxen specially trained.
Ah, well, if she was specially trained, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself in the head, or the fact that you're Everard Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
Mm-hmm.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I also solved the case. It solved all of it.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
One fucking time, man. One fucking time!
The man sighs deeply.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He's even gotten involved in a highly theoretical underground reading group, which, again, for a police officer, is unusual. Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way...
Yeah, get fucked! Shut the fuck up! I hate you!
No, was a valiant effort.
Okay, he did something.
Other than
I
that
didn't mean to
one
interrupt you,
time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect, 3 meters tall. It's on the island, camouflage as the reeds. It unfolded from them. I did not, unfortunately, get a photo, but I believe it may have been the Insulindian phasmid.
If I didn't listen to electrochemistry, I wouldn't have gotten to do anything with the church. I'm willing to be called a drunk if it means I get to talk to Martinez, or talk to Revachol itself.
I know this sounds fantastic, but I'm a 4 times decorated lieutenant of the RCM. I do not make up encounters with cryptids to spice up my day. I am very, very sane.
I don't doubt you, Lieutenant. If you say it was the Insulindian phasmid, then it was the Insulindian phasmid.
So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective, an absolutely giant communist. Say nothing.
By God. Is it somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
I believe the pheromone emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
We could order a search. I could get people from EPIS on the island, entomologists, doctors. There must be signs of it in the reeds. If we found the Insulindian phasmid, well, that would be absolutely exceptional. The PR value alone.
Fix the strike situation. There's also a dead man on the boardwalk. Also started a nightclub in the church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Reinvigorated the local nightlife. Discovered a hitherto unexplored interplanetary phenomenon in there too. A 2 millimeter hole in the wall.
Get a grip. No one cares about your anthroponetic adventures right now.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
The reeds are in its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female, and the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Gathered items in its nest, a helmet, scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Oh. I think it could be male.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
Trails off, lost in
It could maybe roll it, like a dung beetle.
I think it produces
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Just a hunch.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
Thank you, Trent.
Very interesting.
That mandible looks
Such
like hair.
organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation
colors of a
efforts here.
female. It is true. I don't know that I would call bright pink subdued. Although I guess in comparison to some other colors.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
They're all black IRL. Well, you are a digital entity to me. How am I meant to know that?
Incredible. It's a toughie that you don't have a photo. This would look very, very flashy in the papers. None of it says vigilante murderers to me at all. Great PR.
I tried to, but I only got a blur.
Ouch.
We can still work. Cop discovers new species in there. I know a good guy in La Majeste, but only after the École Supérieure people find it. This cannot be done by French people.
It needs to be white coats and glassware for this fly. We need professionals.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Killer.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc.
Okay,
This
no,
man's mother
I don't
was
actually
Lily.
care.
His Lilian's son, Lilianovich.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I asked. I don't actually
It
care.
is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me. I just thought it was noteworthy.
I killed him in an act of rage induced by the phasmids, semiochemicals. Killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something?
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He
Trent must
himself
have Womp
gave a
Donkey Dom
political
internalized.
reason.
He just got $2.
Said he had
Hell
killed an
yeah!
enemy
Knowledge
combatant.
pays for itself and 10 experience. Good for him.
Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's way more than that. You want me Dora back? It's my masterpiece. They'll teach us in cop school. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. Perfect folding mechanism like the fast
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
Hey, why don't you shut the fuck up? I hate you.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can.
I had 1 drink!
Chin up. Keep focusing on the positives here.
And I also fixed the strike set. Let's say nothing about that. Boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I don't know if I would call it fixed. Want to take this hot
I
shit
don't
back?
want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude.
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
But he's been drinking, she thinks. This is exactly how he gets out of this every time. It's bad for him, but...
I won't lie. This is starting to piss me off a little bit. I had a feeling that exactly this kind of bullshit would happen. And that's why I was so desperately against it. I am more than a little upset that all it takes is 1 to completely fuck everything over.
Agreed. The public
Especially when I had no other option if I didn't want to miss out on one of the biggest quests in the game.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Questions about who
The
I am.
man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
The suspects seem to think...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal,
Yeah, that makes
Harry.
sense.
No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
I told you it's not that bad.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coran. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
Collection of found sportswear I've
Your
amassed?
love of retro-style dance music. How you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick.
No fucking way.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy. And this guy, too.
Uh-huh.
God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
All my gym teachers have been unathletic as hell. Yeah, I had 1 who was athletic. That was it. So in Corona was a gym teacher there?
Taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Kuro is just east of
Hey!
Germany.
Well, nothing like a
It
little
was
pick-me-up
short
at the end of the
walk
game there, huh?
To the baseball field, or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did I join the
The
RCM
regular.
then?
You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Well, what happens if you don't run the entire game? Why am I like
It's
this?
not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
She called Dora Dubois?
Dubois? It was Dora Engelund, I think. You've said her name, but you weren't married. You were engaged.
We weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years.
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
No, I meant what did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
What the fuck?
Heartbreak Welkin.
Uh-huh.
Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
What kind of station is it?
With the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the
Let's issue a
district is
correction
too
based
big,
on what I said
which
before.
is
You
why
are
we
not
need
more
to...
divorced than Elon Musk by technicality. That's something to drink to.
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen McLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean.
And the Sea
They're not
Wing
fit to run a wing.
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
And Price is...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
Okay.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Recently shoot up a church by any
So
chance?
he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Why do we need to go
Our
there?
enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Riverdale. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock
Not
is
fast
lucky
enough,
to
Mary.
have you. and it's often considered to be the greatest of the district.
The other one was faster.
You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
That's what you're telling me.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road.
Thank you,
in
Encyclopedia. Cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this last
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible, even if we didn't get a photo. Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Pulls up his collar and looks around the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Hey, Precinct 57's finest. I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41, atop the motorway, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
So, it goes without saying that I liked it. Obviously, I really, really, really enjoyed it. There are a couple things there in the end that have me... Oh, let me turn it off. There are a couple things there in the end that have me a little upset. Mostly the drinking stuff. Mostly the drinking stuff. And that's a combination of a bunch of different variables all sort of compounding into one thing. But I'm even though it didn't really affect anything in the end there except for a bit of the dialogue. I'm a little mad that it was, you know, one drink and you're done for. And then the game has passed judgment on you for that. Especially considering the circumstances of there's no other way to raise my stat cap. At least for that specific skill as far as I could tell. And then having to do that, otherwise I would have missed out on the church, which, holy shit, missing out on the church is insane. I can't imagine missing out on that. Figured out rather early that the shooter was on the island, but the game never acknowledged that. Yeah, it's obvious when you think about it. There's a couple things that are really obvious. There's the narrative sense of obviously the shot couldn't have, or, you know, the logical sense of obviously the shot couldn't have come from the roof because everyone would have heard it, right? Which is there a way for you to figure that out without Ruby telling you? Because if not, that feels a little bit cheap. You found the bullet during the autopsy? There's also just, if we want to talk, you know, meta stuff, or at least in terms of, you know, thinking about it in a game sense, the island is the only place you can't get to until the end of the game when you're specifically allowed. So obviously that's where it's got to be. You know what I mean? Like if there's a place that's locked off and you can't get to it, something important is going to happen there. If you have a high enough intelligence, if you have a high enough of one of the intelligence skills, there is a, hey, something doesn't make sense, read the bullet on the roof, but can't really pursue it. Also, they didn't hear the shot, yeah. Everyone thinks this is like a detective game in the strictest sense, which is like, I'm gonna assume, it's not, I don't think it should be treated as a detective game. There's certainly the mystery element to it, which is very strong, and they do a fantastic job of setting up those leads and paying them off. But there are some gaps in the logic here. Biggest annoyance is still that you have to find Ruby, that she can't get away, and the tribunal triggers because the mercenaries are sick of waiting. Like the game tells you that will happen. I think the stuff with Ruby is the worst part of the entire game. Without a doubt. Yeah, nothing with Ruby made any sense to me. That entire interaction was... It was like I was playing a completely different game for a second there, in all of the worst ways, all at once. It was just very, like, there is nothing in any of that sequence that I can try and grab to salvage it. It's just rotten to the core from how it's built. I liked the Mercenary Tribunal. It's a little arbitrary, of course, that it happens after you find Ruby, and the game has to signal that. But I understand how it works. It's a big world-changing event. But I liked the Mercenary Tribunal. I'm sad that, we fucked up by a roll, but that's the nature of the game, which is something that I like. Also, the Shivers check, and then either savoir-faire or perception to see the door in the building. The only completely mandatory bottleneck checks. Yeah, that also felt really weird. You have to put points into savoir-faire, or you have to do physical instrument. That's really weird. Because you can just get locked out of that. What if you've done everything else and you have no more experience to gain? You're just fucked. You're just locked out. You have to save scum. Shivers check was mandatory, but they patched in an alternative route afterwards. Gotcha. Does the game have a fallback? Not really. Yeah. So there's some stuff with that. My biggest frustration with the roll system was the ice cream locker. I don't think that roll should have been that hard. I understand that my physical instrument was not the best, but to set it up like now you have this powerful crowbar, it's super great, and it's the crowbar 2.0, and it doesn't give you any bonuses, it just lets you do it. I didn't like that. I don't like that that's the only solution there. I would like to know what happens with the Insulindian Phasmid. I figured you get to talk to it, yeah. But some of you are saying it's the best scene in the game. You didn't talk to it? No, I didn't get the pheromones. Which also feels a little... I don't know about that. But I feel like I wouldn't be upset about that if I wasn't told that by chat. But that one kind of, the Missable Phasmid combo is a good example of. So what do you talk about with the Phasmid? Humanity's relationship with the Pale. Oh, cool. So the one thing that I was most interested in. That's a little rough. That's a little rough. The true horror of what the Pale... Yeah, that's a little rough. I'm sad that I missed out on that. Alright. You want to know? Sure. Well, there it is. Boulder is revving up to receive 2 Real and 10 XP. I didn't like the reveal of who the killer is. Felt really lame and anticlimactic. The Pale is created by human thought. Okay. Actually, I'll watch the scene. I'll watch the scene. I'll look it up. Yeah, I really thought I was going to finish yesterday. Well, I probably could have finished yesterday in about 2 hours if I just mainlined the main story. I think... On one hand, I like that all of these loose ends that have just been existing throughout the entire game and that all seem completely unrelated are all tied up in this one spot. Like, I like that you find the helmet there. I like that you find Clausia's passport there. I like that it kind of explains what's going on with the guy. I like that the Insulindian phasmid there. It's very convenient. It's extremely convenient. But I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. It's very satisfying to have everything resolved right there. Even if you don't really know exactly why. But I like it. As for who it ended up being, let me think. There was a point where I realized a bunch of threads throughout the game were pointing to. And it was... There was something about the, what is it? There was something about the sniper's nest. I can't even remember what it was. But there was a line in the sniper's nest that made me think of the rifle that I had. And then I thought of the rifle I had, and I thought of the communist literature that was in the bunker. And I thought of the time whenever you hand the rifle, or whenever I handed the rifle to the communist kid. And I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was something about like seeing a spark in him, or seeing that he'd handled a rifle before, that made me connect those two ideas. So for me, it was very satisfying to see all of these, or to more like feel. It was like a real life Shivers check. I just felt a bunch of threads all come together there, and it made sense. Even if I didn't know exactly who this guy was, I knew exactly what he was. Right? And I really, really like that the complete bullshit that Inland Empire can say at the very beginning of the game is just, for some reason, completely correct. Even if it doesn't make any sense, and even if for half of the game you walk around, it's because half of the game you walk around and if you say any of those lines you seem like an absolute fucking maniac, but you're completely right in the end, that it was love that did him in and it was communism that killed him. But I like, ideologically speaking, that all three of the other ideologies, fascism, ultra-liberalism, and the moral intern, all get very strong representatives throughout the game that you speak to, and that you just get the lowdown on them, right? And I like the resolution with the sniper being that you've gone the entire game hearing about communism in the background. It's never come to the forefront unless you're talking about the history of Martinez, or unless you actively pursue it. But nothing you interact with in the main case of the investigation will directly bring you in contact with communism itself, or any representative of it. And so having this sniper be that ideological paragon, which is the only phrase that I can think of, and wow, that's a fucking $20 phrase if I've ever heard one, was like slotting that last puzzle piece into place for me. Because you have those other three, and here's the fourth one finally. Just, it was always lurking there, in a sense. What about Comrade Everett Clare, huh? No. No. Speaking of communism, you missed one more puzzle piece. It might be in the Phasmic conversation? You can actually solve another murder. Krasmazov's? No, you're Krasmazov? I don't know about that. I think we just look like the guy. And I like the conversation with the deserter. I really like the conversation with the deserter. It had the potential to be similar to the Ruby conversation, which was what I was actively worried about while it was happening, was that it would be this weird thing of there's this tension to the scene while you're having this very long conversation with this active threat. But you get there, and he's just got an empty rifle that he immediately gives up, and so you just talk. I think it really, really works. It's not this big, explosive climax, which wouldn't work for the game, I don't think. It's just talking with this guy at the end of it all. I highly suggest checking out the game while doing perfect and also being a disaster piece of shit failure. I think that's kind of what I'm going through right now. I'm trying to think what else. I kind of fucked myself out of a lot of content by messing up with Kuno. I was able to get back into it a little bit at the end, but I was sad that I missed that. I missed out on that. I'm sad that I could have gotten the full set of armor, but I missed out on that. Yeah, the Kuno stuff was all on you. Or me, rather. Look on the bright side, you didn't get him killed. That's a possibility? That's possible? How bad can you fuck up at the Mercenary Tribunal? Kim can get killed? Kim goes to the hospital if you fuck up. I don't think he dies. Gotcha. That's pretty fucking severe, going through the end without Kim. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think I loved the final conversation itself. the trial with the Special Forces unit. I don't think I love that. It's very much... It feels very gamey in the sense that it's like, here's this thing you did, now we're passing judgment on it. But it's a little annoying, and this is also going to be tempered, or rather, weakened by the fact... I don't know. You also got to factor in that I was upset that one drink was all it took for the game to mark me as this deadbeat drunk cop who despite not drinking for 9 days, had one sip of alcohol, and now I reek of alcohol and I look like shit. It annoyed me that they're passing judgment with that. But it's a little annoying that it felt like every single decision is just... There's no good way to explain what you've done, or rather, he just reacts poorly to everything that you've done. It kind of feels like a finale where they just throw your choices back in your face through Vic. Conversation about you stinking and your breath being bad always okay, so that just always happens? Huh. Okay, well that... That helps it a little bit. It's not based... Yeah, okay. I was thinking in my head, oh, the justification for it can just be that this guy has... you know, the worst intentions, or rather thinks the worst of you. And that's how I was gonna justify, what is it? That's how I was gonna justify it in my head. But if that's just actually what it is, and no matter what you do, it's, yeah. You also can't take a shower the entire game after waking up from a bender. Yeah, that's a little... Didn't find the secret hot spring area with Kim. What is this, a Momodora game? There are a lot of cracks. But to be overly poetic for absolutely no reason, those cracks are filled with gold. This game is kintsugi. It is, in some ways, better because of those cracks. In some ways, a lot worse. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But the fact that I am left wanting more emphasizes the fact that I am wanting. Does that make sense? Yeah. Final cut was nice, but it doesn't feel quite wrapped up, and after the final cut, they just made it worse. Oh no. Yeah, it sucks that there's a lot of stuff that's just never gonna get patched. A lot of the bugs started to annoy me. Especially the stuff with the white checks, which actively fucked me over in some cases, because it would restore white checks that I no longer had access to at all. That was a little annoying. But all in all, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I'm very glad I finally got around to playing it. And I'm very glad that I streamed it when I did. Because I would not have had half as interesting of a playthrough if I was playing this on my own. Your boy would have been moral intern all the way if we're talking, you know, sitting on my own, considering things, not trying to entertain in some ways. Because at my core, I am a very boring person who is afraid of change. But it was good. So how do you feel about the explicit way in which their world is fucked? I like it. Again, it's... there is such a delicate balance in this game of reality and unreality is the only way that I can say it. There's just enough to tether you into thinking that it's just like real life in some vague, unspecified time period. And then every once in a while, a crack slips through that reminds you that this is an unbelievably terrifying fantasy universe. In a lot of ways. The view from the main menu is the view from the sniper's nest. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. Okay. Thank you for saying that. Because... well, there's two things. One, I don't know what the fuck this is then. But I have spent every single stream on this main menu looking at this, right? And thinking it was the bookstore. And so I looked at this, and I was like, well, okay, what the fuck is going on here? Because that's not what's behind the bookstore. And I didn't think about it any further than that. I know it's got... you think... listen, man. I see that now, obviously. Now I can recognize it as a church. But when I'm not thinking too deeply about how this is all laid out, I'm just looking at that. I'm seeing a big building in a shape that's vaguely familiar. Come on. Cut me some slack here. Also, you gotta factor in streamer blindness. Good one. It's a good one. What else is there? What else is there? Final thoughts, final thoughts, final thoughts. No, I don't know, unless anyone has any other questions. I don't know that I have any other... I don't know. Can you read the descriptions of the moralist thought, by the way? Hold on. Let me see this. For Boulder. Heartache is powerful, but democracy is subtle. Incrementally, you begin to notice a change in the weather. When it snows, the flakes are softer when they stick to your worry-worn forehead. When it rains, the rain is warmer. Democracy is coming to the administrative region. The ideals of Delurian humanism are reinstating themselves. How can they not? These are the ideals of the Coalition and the Moralist International. Those guys are Signal Blue, and they're not only good, they're also powerful. What will it be like once their nuanced plans have been realized? Do you want to read the solution to it too? I'll go for it. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control. Over yourself and the world, exercise it. Look up at the sky at the dark shapes of Coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on Earth. Interesting. That's very good. I like that quite a bit. Favorite character that's not Kim? Let's see. I like Egghead. Egghead's fun. I despise Everart as a person, but as a character, he's extremely entertaining. I really liked Titus. I was sad that he died. Titus really turned around. I also think the best line in the entire game, in my opinion, is the successful authority check on the handshake and don't say anything. If Tai-Chan hadn't been wasted, she would have saved Titus. I'm still sad that happened. I think the, what is it? He's already a sergeant. You see that now. He just didn't know what you were. That line gave me chills. That and the Shivers dialogue at the nightclub, also absolutely incredible. Can we get at least one last Everard voice? I mean, come on, Jelly. We're all reasonable here. When they reveal you as a human can... Yeah, that entire interaction is incredible. Whenever they call you a human can opener, and then you realize, like, oh, fuck, I actually just did that. Everyone sort of realizes it at once, including the player. It's fantastic. Or you can fail the roll, call Kim a slur, and have him leave you for the day. I think the resolution to the human can opener thing is bad, sadly. Because everything that's tied to Ruby is rotten. Unfortunately. There's no good resolution there. And I understand if she didn't kill herself, I may have gotten a more satisfying resolution to those threads. But everything about that scene is just rotten. It doesn't work. It just does not work. I think it's more tied with the end of the game dialogue by Price. I also like you can do the ruse, which Kim comes up with La Puta Madre, and then it's like, oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. I can't tell if Ruby doesn't work purely because that section is poorly written and conceptualized, or because she just doesn't stand up to the build-up. Does that make sense? Because on a basic level, it's not good. It's not a good scene. The dialogue is extremely strange. Everything that's happening is very weird. It just does not work. But it's also, at that point in time, the big one. You know, that's like the climax, essentially. And it just sucks all the wind out of your sails. I think it could be salvaged with some... It could be salvaged with half the dialogue, I think. It's because she's not political. I don't know. I really just do not think anything about that scene works. Like, you finally meet her, and the first thing that happens is she explains her death ray to you. Like some sort of Saturday morning cartoon villain. And Kim is like, tell me more, please. And she explains more. Her last name could be Doofenshmirtz and nothing would change. This is my cop headache-inator. Death Ray feels like a writer's darling. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. But overall, I really, really love the game. There is a wealth of fantastic, not just good, not just great, fantastic in proportion to the handful of change, which is the bad. So overall, it's a pretty fantastic game. I'll be interested to have a discussion with Pub now that everything has happened. But for now, my throat is getting a little sore. I have more stuff that I need to do to prepare for next week. I'm really hoping I'm not coming down with something, but I don't think it would set in that quickly. Not important. This has been Disco Elysium. To be completely honest, I do not know when I will stream next. I do not know what I will stream next. I have no plan after this. And I have not had time to plan with student teaching. So, I don't want to say don't expect to hear from me again anytime soon, because that sounds really ominous. But that's really the best way to put it. So this might be the last one for a while. It might not be if I come up with free time and a plan. But for now, this is it. So this is the last one that was a banger. Cool drip on the VTuber too. Yeah, I think it went well. Except the EC skill point cat. Listen, I would have raised it if I could. I could have raised it. I could have drank one last time there and raised it 3. You know what? What the hell? Just for her. How do I drink? How do I drink? How do I drink? How do I do it? Someone tell me. Is now just not the time to drink? UI is bugged. If the button is there, keep pressing over it. The UI is bugged, you mean? Oh, hold on. There we go. Only the rim. Interesting. Now, she's maxed out. If I drink more, does it raise the cap again? No, I can't. There was an option to approach the Phasma when Kim pulled out the camera. Maybe that would work. No. Apparently you fail it no matter what. If you don't have the pheromones. Which is a little sad, but... Well, hold on a minute. Wait just a minute. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Because I noticed that it specifically said Potent Pilsner.
I don't really know anything.
No, I need to talk to you. You don't matter.
A colorful...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you,
Commodore Red.
mister.
Double fist him, baby. This one's for Necktie Chan. Oh, come on.
Well, hello. Light reflects...
Bottoms up, baby.
There's a satisfying pop. The golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine.
Tequila sunrise rides again.
From it into a happy, gooey from the...
Oh, yes. Now we're talking. Oh, she is. Here's to old friends. Have a good one, folks. I'll see you when I see you.